not enough room on the desk. I need to mess around with it. Yo. Time for some Tyrion Cuthbert, attorney of the arcane. We were gonna do Minecraft, but I lost all my stuff, and that's rather demotivating on that. We were... yeah, we were gonna... all my stuff's just gone. So it's rather demotivating. And... and the plan originally was that I would hop over to Tyrion Cuthbert anyway, after a bit of Minecraft, if I hadn't exhausted myself by that with Minecraft. So let's just fly right into Tyrion Cuthbert, because we might as well start with it. I've got my bottles so I don't kill my voice. I don't want a dead voice by the end of it, so I've got like too much drink, if anything. So I'm glad you're here then, chat. See you all there. How you doing anyway? How you all doing there? Alright, it's time for the trial. I can never tell whether that's in a monologue or not. Just take deep breaths and relax. Hi Tyrion. Should get back to the voices, you know. Ah, Celeste. Don't sneak up on me like that. Why are you so nervous? It's not as if this is your first time defending someone. I can't help it. There's something about this building that fills me with anxiety. Ugh, it's too bad Ruby couldn't make it. I'd say that you should calm down for Wallace's sake, but there are so many people here. They're all staring at me. Their eyes are prying into me like a pack of flesh-eating maggots. Gross. Ugh, indeed. Don't worry, Wallace. Our investigation revealed a lot of weaknesses in the prosecution's case. We have a strong case for your acquittal. Okay. See, you can be confident when you want to be. It's strange, something is calming about Wallace's anxiety. It's like he just absorbs the tension out of you into himself. Court is now in session for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. Blah. The prosecution stand is ready, Your Honor. Defense is also ready. Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Not procedure. That's a whole different job. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? The defendant is a student at the Wyvern Imperial Academy. Mr. Nightgrave is charged with first-degree murder, negligent misuse of the arcane arts, and illegal practice of advanced necromancy. Necromancy? Do you mean to tell me that the defendant is a necromancer? Rattle, rattle. So, in this day and age, how could have let this happen? Your Honor, I would like to remind the court that they should view my client objectively. Oh, of course, but one can easily see it from the list of charges. Necromancy plays a large role in the charges. Indeed, the crime occurred within the academy this morning. The victim is Catherine Bellwether, a professor at the school. Although there were no witnesses, traces of necromancy were detected on the body. Furthermore, the autopsy report shows that the body has no physical wounds. I see. Necromancy is the only type of magic that can harm an individual without physically wounding them. Additionally, the alchemist report shows no sign of poison or disease. Therefore, one can only conclude that a necromancer had committed the crime. As you may know, necromancy is held under high scrutiny by the Crown. Aside from the defendant, no other students were permitted to learn advanced necrotic magic. As such, the defendant was the only mage in that building capable of committing the crime. It's a strong case, but ours is stronger. I see. That is certainly compelling evidence. To properly present our case, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand. I really need to learn how to say his name. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Yeah. It started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked and the whole building was put on lockdown. We set up a perimeter around the area and waited for the lockdown system to deactivate. When we finally got into the building, the prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy on it. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. With those two pieces of evidence, we concluded that it could only be the necromancer kid that did it. The Inquisition's testimony is just as you expected. You've already found and identified the holes in Steelwind's case. All you have to do is find the hole in the commander's testimony. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. The court section is a lot quicker in this. There's no quicker sides for ramblings. What time did this call come in? A little after 3 p.m. It was a few minutes after the murderer was discovered. Right, you remember that was the time the lockdown occurred. Right, the lockdown can't be ended manually. So they must have been forced to wait for the 1 hour duration to elapse. How secure was this perimeter? Is it possible that someone slipped past you? The Inquisition was working in conjunction with the City Watch and the King's Guard. With that many people at the scene, it's very unlikely that anyone escaped unnoticed. True, for better or for worse, the kingdom will act quickly to protect a building filled with nobles. Slam. Why did the prosecutor inspect the body instead of the Inquisition? Well, how I conducted the investigation is irrelevant to the proceedings. Or would you like to insinuate that I'm not as competent as Commander White? You don't question her competency. I think it's the other way around. But it's still a bizarre decision on her part. While the court admits that the prosecutor's actions are unorthodox, we see no reason to question the prosecutor's abilities. Thank you, Your Honor. Press that. How carefully was the body checked? Perhaps the prosecution missed something. The coroner couldn't find it, even the smallest cut, bruise, or fracture on the body. Furthermore, the alchemist's report showed no sign of disease or poison. The coroner was actually astounded at how unscathed the body was. That makes sense. If someone had used mend wounds on the body, it would have healed even the most minor of injuries. The question is, how do you prove that? With these two pieces of evidence, and the prosecution believes that my client used necrotic blight. Yep, it's the only way the crime scene makes any sense. Necrotic blight? I'm afraid I've never heard of that spell before. Necrotic blight is a spell that drains the life force from its target. When used on a living human, it makes their bodily functions cease, instantly killing them. Jesus. I see. Oh, stop. That child should never have been allowed to learn something like that. What were they thinking? Ugh. Having that spell is not doing any favors. We already investigated the process, so we need... Okay, so we need... Let's present that. Objection! Commander White, it appears that you've neglected to mention one key detail of the crime. See. Yeah. Yeah? And what's that? During your testimony, you said the entire body was clean. I will admit that there weren't any wounds on the body. However, The body was certainly not clean. At the scene of the crime, there was a large pool of blood located where the body was. This blood came from the victim, and it was definitely not clean like the commander testified. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I fail to see the significance of this. I'd like to remind the court of the prosecution's case against my client. They are accusing him of murdering the victim using necrotic blight, a spell which would not have physically wounded the victim. So why was there any blood at all? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The fact still stands there was no wound on the body, nor were any reports of poison or disease on the autopsy. There are clearly magical elements in this case. But Catherine Bellwether was bleeding profusely at some point. How else would there be a blood stain on the body? Do you have an explanation for that, Miss Steelwind? No. I'll admit that the prosecution doesn't have an explanation for that. And while I do find the circumstances questionable, all other evidence clearly points to who the defendant. Which spell would leave a trace of necromancy? If the victim wasn't killed with necromancy, why was there a trace of it on the body? I'm glad you asked. I'd like to present a spell that could leave a spell that could have left a trace of necromancy on the body. Spells. Mend wounds? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a healing spell? That is correct, Your Honor. Spells from the School of Necromancy can control the forces of death and life. Mend Wounds is in fact a necromancy spell. Really now? I wasn't aware of this. We're about to change everyone's view on necromancy. Now I'd like the court to consider the following. What would happen if Bellwether was wounded and someone attempted to heal her using Mend Wounds? All of her wounds would disappear from her body. I see.
Objection!
Do you honestly think I'm that incompetent, Mr. Cuthbert? Frankly, I'm a little insulted. What? The Inquisition is well aware of what happens when a mage attempts to save a victim using Mend Wounds. The healers that arrived already confirmed that the victim was long dead. None of them attempted to heal her. Well, what if someone had tried to heal her and didn't report it? Please, none of the healers would have anything to gain by doing so. In fact, as a necromancer, the defendant could have easily carried out the described scenario. He could have cast Mend Wounds on the victim after murdering her to confound the investigation. At the end of the day, the burden of proof is on you. But if you could just find out who healed the body, this case is yours. And whoever this healer is, Valentina definitely knows her. Your Honor, I will admit I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, I do believe that we can bring it to light. There may have been two people that witnessed someone cast magic on the body. Valentina and Valerie Ionis. The sisters who discovered the body. This is nonsense. We've already questioned those who witnessed this extensively. If they had witnessed something like that, it would have come up in their testimony. If that's true, then you have nothing to lose by hearing their statements. Very well. If you're so confident, let's hear the witness's testimony. It seems the prosecution has no objections. However, if this line of questioning leads nowhere, I see no reason to further prolong this trial. Do you understand, Mr. Cuthbert? Of course, Your Honor. Oh crap, it's the guy from before! Is he the necromancer? This lawyer? She's just got on the stand already, and she's already stressed out. This could work in your favour. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name? Witness, there's no need to be so nervous. We merely want to hear about what you saw on the day of the murder. Right, it's just that guy over there, You mean Mr. Cuthbert? Did this man harass you, witness? Wait a minute. Yeah. He, like, super harassed me. How shameful. I would expect a member of our justice system to behave more professionally. Oh, shut up. Anyway, please state your name and occupation for the court, Miss Ionis. Just calm down. He can't prove anything. My name is Valentina Ionis. I'm a member of the kitchen staff at the Wyvern Guard Imperial Academy. As I recall, you were one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Apparently, the feds finds your involvement suspect. Rest assured, Miss Ionis. In this courtroom, you will be protected from Mr. Cuthbert's harassment. Well, this has gone downhill quickly. Now, please testify to the court on what happened that day. Yeah. Witness testimony. I was walking with my sister in the West Wing when we noticed something in a nearby classroom. We looked over to see what it was. That's when we saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the floor. My sister tried her best to help, but the professor had already lost a lot of blood. While my sister did that, I used an emergency communication device to call for help. But it was too late. By the time her bleeding stopped, she had already lost too much blood. If your theory is true, that means she just lied in her testimony. She's definitely holding something back. She's definitely saw more than she's letting on. You just need to prove that somehow. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. I was... press. Where were you two coming from? We came from the kitchen. See the map. Mappy boys. Map. So they came from that way. Why were they going that way? We were taking a break after the lunch rush. The cafeteria is on the west side of the academy. It's believable that they'd be on that side of the building. What did you see in the classroom, Miss Giannis? That. Did you notice anything else strange in the lecture hall? Well, there was that terrible smell. It was awful. Awful. I almost couldn't see because of how much I was tearing up. But other than that, I was mostly focused on the professor. It makes sense. It would be hard to notice anything else. She tried to help her? Miss Giannis, how exactly did your sister try to help Miss Bellwether? What? I slipped up. Oh, my sister used the first aid kit to try and stop the bleeding. I see. Could you please add that detail to your testimony? Yeah, sure. Stop the bleeding. Okay, so. But wouldn't... Hang on, autos. Objection! Witness, what is the meaning of this? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Maybe I can elaborate, Miss Giannis. You weren't present in the gallery earlier, were you? No, I was waiting in the lobby. Lady Steelwind told me to wait there. Well, I suppose I would consider myself lucky. You see, Miss Giannis, one key element of the case is that the body didn't have any wounds on it. Yeah? So please explain to the court, Miss Giannis. How did Valerie apply first aid when there shouldn't have been any wounds on the body? What? There's clearly something amiss here. But I'm afraid I don't fully understand the implications. Are you accusing the witness of committing perjury, Mr. Cuthbert? When someone lies, they stay as close to the truth while changing minute details. In her inner thoughts, Valerie said he was sure that that she saw a wound on Bellwether. And she also mentioned that Valerie was the one that tried to save the professor. If she didn't try to save the professor with first aid, could she have used magic instead? Her sister could be the mage that you're looking for. The witness was lying, but not about everything. Valerie Iannis did try to save the victim's life by addressing her wounds, but she didn't use first aid. She used magic. No, you found us out.
Objection!
I am sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but your theory is completely flawed. How so, Miss Steelwood? Well, it's quite simple. We've already verified that neither of the sisters are mages. What? Wait, how can you be so sure? During the investigation, we had both the honest sisters attuned to a spell compendium. It's standard procedure for the Inquisition when interviewing witnesses. Then that means that's correct. Neither of the Iannis sisters could attune to a compendium. Aha, that's right. The Inquisition checked us both. Neither of us are mages. Were you wrong about Valerie being a mage then? No, that can't be right. Oh, you found us out. You found us out. That means we were on the right track. Valerie has to be the mage you're looking for. Celeste, is it possible for a mage to hold a spell compendium and avoid attuning to it? No, it's just needs to be on their person. When I was arrested, the Inquisition also made me attune to one of their spells compendiums. They were really careful to make sure that I did the attunement correctly. There's no way a mage could avoid attuning to a compendium with them watching you. Right. Commander White may be negligent sometimes, but even he isn't that careless. Now, if you're done, I do believe that you've exhausted all your options. Wait, I'm still not done cross-examining the witness. What could you possibly hope to glean from her testimony? Valentina should be stressed out enough to see more of her thoughts. But you can't exactly say that you're planning to read her mind. There's one key element of her testimony that the court is overlooking. I have a right as an attorney to complete my cross-examination. Your Honor, the defense is clearly trying to buy time. I might be compelled to agree with you. However, I also admit that some elements of the witness's testimony are quite peculiar. I will allow the defense to perform one more cross-examination. That was close. But know that this is your last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. If you produce nothing substantial, I will pass my verdict. Of course, Your Honor. Alright, it's all or nothing. If you can't find anything by reading her mind, this whole case is finished. Witness, please give your testimony once more. Okay. How long does he keep me up here? Witness testimony. Like I said, my sister and I saw Bellwether bleeding on the floor. We rushed over to her. I was definitely surprised when I saw her like that. Oh, okay, so the mind reading will play a part in me. Now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw any wounds on her, but I definitely saw blood. I can't go back on that now. I just need to play dumb. My sister tried to save her, but she didn't use any magic. Oh, Valerie, you're too kind-hearted for you. Oh, good. Neither of us are mages. Both of us held the knight's... We held that book the knight gave us. I was caught off guard when they asked us. They almost found us out. The commander was watching us the whole time. You can confirm it. It's a good thing that we're twins, or else that trick wouldn't have worked. There it is. Hell yeah. They have to be pretty hard proof that Valerie is a mage. Valerie is the mage we're looking for, but I'm sure of it. I'm just not sure why the Inquisition, why they felt the need to lie to the Inquisition. And more importantly, how did they trick the Inquisition?
Objection!
Messianus, your thoughts betray you. What? You found the thought. They must have done something, but what? It must have happened when Commander White was interrogating them. Oren was the one who collected their statements. Did he notice anything off about their behavior? Did he notice anything? From what he said, they had just a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Quirks? He told me that they were running and spinning around him during questioning. What does that mean? I have no idea, but they were still on edge after finding their co-worker murdered. Running and spinning. Her thought also said that it's a good thing that we're twins. How did the twins trick the Inquisition? This means that their so-called trick wouldn't have worked if they weren't twins. Valentina switched places with Valerie. Where's Valerie? God bless Valerie. Right. Ah! My eyes! They betray me. Of course! They switched places. Valentina attuned to the first spell book. Then she pretended to be Valerie to attune to the second one. Commander White couldn't tell the difference between them. Mr. Yanis, there's something I want to confirm. During the investigation, both you and Valerie attuned to a spell compendium. Am I correct? Yeah. That night watched us do it. And how did he have you do this? Did you both attune to those compendiums at the same time? Or did you attune one after another? What? No, wait, does he know what we did? I fail to see how that makes any difference, Mr. Cuthbert. Yes, I agree. The spell compendiums wouldn't work regardless of what order they went in. You may not be aware of this, Your Honor, but Valentina and Valerie Ianus are identical twins, which means that their physical appearance are nearly identical to each other. If Commander White didn't have them attuned at the same time, what would stop the twins from switching places with each other?
Objection!
This is clearly nothing but baseless conjecture. RM wouldn't fail at such a basic task. Really, Prosecutor Steelwind? Do you find it hard to believe that Commander White would fail at a task like this? Wait a minute, this is crazy. We didn't trick the Inquisition. My sister and I are not mages. Then prove it, Miss Ianus. Bring in your sister and we'll have you attune 2 spell compendiums at the same time. No, wait. Order in the court. It's clear that we won't get anywhere unless we test the defense's theory. Bailiff, escorts Valerie to the Ianus to the stand and bring 2 unattuned spell compendiums. They've both had their hands on those compendiums for the last 10 minutes. There's no way they could fake it in front of this many people. Alright, it's the moment of truth. You can only hope that your theory is indeed correct. No! Did he seriously? What is it, Prosecutor Steelwood? What do you see? Ugh. What I see is Commander White seeking new employment in the near future. It appears that the defense was correct. Valentina Ianus isn't a mage, but Valerie Ianus is. What's more, Valerie Ianus his compendium contains the Mend Wounds spell, which makes the defense's theory entirely plausible. Please, just allow me to explain. We should allow you to explain what, exactly? You're an unregistered mage, and you and your sisters have made fools out of all of us with your perjury. How would you know what it's like, Lady Steelwinter? What? Did you think we didn't notice your name? You're not like us. You don't have to hide. Whatever this whole situation has gotten out of hand. I didn't think hiding it would cause this so much trouble. I won't let someone go to prison because of me, even if he is a necromancer. Please, let me testify about what I saw. I'll tell you what really happened that day. Very well. But understand that there will be repercussions for your actions, witness. Yes, I know. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the foyer. Then I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in a nearby classroom. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. It should say her okay now, but I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close her wounds, but it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but he was already dead. There was a hole in her stomach? Your Honor, as you can clearly see from this witness's testimony, the trace of necromancy was left by the witness, not by my client. What's more, it's clear that there was a physical wound on the body. I see. Well, his words trail off. He clearly doesn't want to pass a verdict when there's no clear culprit. But he has no choice. The case against Wallace is predicated on Bellwether being killed by necromancy. With Valerie's testimony, the prosecution doesn't have a shred of evidence implicating him. Sigh. Very well. He's a judge. He just says sigh. Very well. The court sees no reason to prolong this trial. With these new developments, the court has no choice but to find Wallace Nightgrave not...
Objection!
I believe the court is ignoring one key detail of the witness's testimony. And what would that be, Miss Dealwood? Let's re-examine the witness's testimony. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead. The communication device Valentina Iannis used logs the time of day during each use. From this log, we know Valentina used this device at 3:04 p.m. This was an hour after the time of death. Where are you going with this? Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. The other witness. I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase. There were shards and dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. 20 to 30 minutes before the body was found. Do you see a discrepancy, Mr. Cuthbert? Wait, that can't be right. Bellwether died more than an hour before the body was found. So how did Jan see her half an hour after her death? I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert. How could one make a dead body move and walk around? No, you can't mean. There was more than one piece of evidence that pointed to a necromancer committing the crime. The defendant murdered the victim and used necromancy to animate her corpse. An undead created within the Imperial Academy? How reprehensible! This is ridiculous. She had a hole in her stomach where the twins found her. Jan Hughes would have noticed that. Animated corpse stops the flow of blood, so she wouldn't have tracked it. Blood anywhere. The defendant is also proficient with illusion magic. He could have easily used an illusion spell to hide the undead bellwether's wound. I don't think he could have. Illusionary disguise. No, he only knows illusionary disguise. Places it on the target. Oh, so it would have to be on the target. Okay. But another party could have easily used illusion magic to disguise themselves as the victim. If that were true, how did they move the body to the classroom? Miss Steelwood, if your theory is true, it would mean that the murder occurred elsewhere. Would the Inquisition happen to know where? Regrettably, we do not. Then the prosecution's case against my client is still faulty. You can't convict my client without more evidence. I agree with Mr. Cuthbert. With these new developments, the court sees it fit to suspend the trial for the time being. We will give law enforcement time to investigate these unknowns. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Gavel. Hey, are you feeling okay? A body is seen moving around around an hour. Around an hour after her death. It's moving. So this is not sitting well with me, but okay. It clearly wasn't Bellwether, or at the very least, she wasn't alive when this happened. What was it? Tyrion? There's illusion magic involved, there has to be. But which spell was it? Could it have been illusionary disguise? Tyrion! Ah, what? You've been quiet since the trial ended. Does the illusionary disguise change the voice? Disguise can make the target look 1 foot larger or smaller. Okay. Profiles. Bellwether. Okay, it doesn't give us heights. So we're focusing more on the illusion stuff tomorrow. And elements created by the spell are purely visual. You could not make physical contact with it. Right, it could have been. She knocked something over. You've been quiet since the trial ended. You were making me worried. Sorry, I was just thinking about what Steelwood said. You mean about her theory? It's a little creepy when you think about it. Do you really think someone turned the professor into an undead? I don't think so. The prosecutor's case is hinged on one clear fact. That Wallace was the only high-level necromancer nearby. We have to assume that he's the only one capable of using that type of magic. But then how was she walking around? I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. It's a given that Wallace didn't touch the body, so we can discount the use of high-level necromancy. No matter what, someone used an illusion. But aren't spells that can create freestanding... Aren't there spells that can create freestanding illusions, not just disguises? I honestly don't know. We'd need to talk to someone who knows about that type of magic. Wait, didn't Eris say that she was studying illusion magic? She might be able to tell us if something like that is possible. Is that really a good idea? What do you mean? What if she's the one who created the illusion? What? You're detecting fear from her again. Celeste, are you scared of Eris? What? No. I saw it this morning, too. You always get really scared when she's around. Oh, I thought I was doing a better job of hiding it. Sorry, it's not based on anything real. For years I've been working as a mercenary. When you do that kind of work, you build up an instinct to sense danger. Oh? You kind of have to if you want to stay alive. Huh. I did have my suspicions about Eris from the beginning, and like, every now and then she has this kind of illusion, some form of what is probably an illusion. Tyrion, I've fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. I get this feeling it's like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Ugh. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. Really, but she doesn't seem that dangerous. Dahlia moment. Just saying. It's a Dahlia moment. I should know better than not to judge. I should know better than to not judge people by their appearance. Sorry, forget I said anything. If you think we should talk to her, then we should do that. You're not one to discount Celeste's instincts. She's always been reliable, and if Eris is making her scared, that must mean something. But if Eris really is dangerous, then it's all the more reason to talk to her. But aside from that, there was also something else that the prosecutor said. Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. She said along with another witness. That means that was another witness that saw Bellwether walking around. Right. Jan probably isn't the most reliable witness. So talking to that other person might help us figure out what happened. But do you think Steelwind will tell us who that witness was? At this point, we won't lose anything by trying. In any case, it looks like you have your work cut out for you. So where should you start first? Save. Oh, at the cemetery, that's where we're starting. Huh. Tyrion, what are we doing here? I'm not sure. For some reason you felt drawn to this place. Wait, is that Eris? Celeste points further into the cemetery. There you see Eris standing in front of a gravestone. She's placing flowers on it and appears to be chanting a short prayer. But we found her. We should probably talk to her later. It would be rude to disturb her now. As you're about to leave, Eris suddenly turns to face you. She's far away, but you can hear her beckoning you over. Oh, hello there. Were you two looking for me? Sorry, we were looking for you. But we understand if you'd rather talk later. No, I was just finishing here. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about? Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case. Oh? Trial. That was my first time watching a court trial. You were truly remarkable. Thank you. Were you in the gallery? I've always enjoyed watching physical battles in the theatre. But I see that now the battle of wits can be just as entertaining to watch. Entertaining? Yeah, I know what you mean. You see the odds are stacked against him, then he suddenly pulls out this crazy deduction and steers the trial in his favour. I've never really thought of it like that. But I'm sure it's far more entertaining to be the one making the deductions. I'm not really sure what you mean. I practice law so that I can help those persecuted by the justice system. I don't really do it to entertain myself. But is that really true? Don't you find the experience even the least bit entertaining, Tyrion? I wouldn't really put it that way. Oh, she's crazy. You're far too modest. You save people from the clutches of death. To your clients, you might as well be a knight in shining armor. Illusion magic. Earlier you said you were studying illusion magic. I am. Did you want to ask me about the prosecution's theory? Yes, actually. How did you know? Well, it was easy to guess after seeing you in the courtroom. Anyways, disguising an undead with an illusion is definitely possible. And as Lady Steelwood said, illusionary disguise was the best spell to use for that. What if someone's created a freestanding illusion? A freestanding illusion. Yeah, we know that Wallace didn't animate it and disguise the professor's corpse. So what if the illusion wasn't disguising anything? Maybe someone created a freestanding illusion of Bellwether walking around. For something like that, one would probably use major illusion. Major illusion. Major illusion has been added to this exam. Curious.
Repario Arcanum!
Okay. How do I make percent? So spells. Major illusion. Create a three-dimensional illusion. While concentrate, the illusion is purely visual and cannot be touched. Right, you can't. That's not it. Major illusion. What is it? I don't think major illusion is what we're looking for. Do you remember what Jan said? Yeah. Okay, I figured it out slightly before it was pointed out to me by... I was cleaning a mess in the hallways. Bellwether knocked over a vase and there was shards and dirt everywhere. If the Bellwether that Jan saw was a major illusion, she couldn't have knocked over that vase. Illusions created by that spell don't have any mass. I see. How perceptive of you. Aren't there any other illusion spells that do have mass? No, illusions can only recreate visual and auditory sensations. But there isn't a single illusion spell that someone can touch. So that means someone disguised something to make it look like Bellwether. Why the look of suspicion, Celeste? Sorry, I wasn't... Calm down. I'm only joking. I don't blame you for considering every possibility. In fact, I'm flattered you think I'm capable of pulling off such an elaborate ruse. Anyways, this doesn't tell us one important thing. What's that? That the Bellwether that Jan saw had a physical mass to it. It wasn't a freestanding illusion. It was someone or something disguised as Bellwether. Jan's statement. Ooh. Oh. God, there's a lot of reading. It's just so much word. It's so wordy. Greystone. It's quite a shame, isn't it? Eris looks pensively at the gravestone. The name on the stone says Emily Grant. Her lifetime appears to be awfully short. She must have only been 12 when she died. Sorry for interrupting you. Was she someone you knew? No, not personally. I'm actually here on Wallace's behalf. Wallace knew her? Wallace joined the Academy as a part of a program run by the headmaster Redmond. At the time, the headmaster was reaching out to mages and monks on the He had started a program to admit these mages to the Academy without having to pay tuition. Both Emily and Wallace were among those mages. Wow, they must have been it must have been an amazing opportunity for them. The truth is, neither of them actually cared about learning magic. The real problem was that Emily had a terminal illness. She and Wallace were poor orphans, and they obviously didn't have the resources to treat it. But if they enrolled in the Academy would be obligated to give her treatment. The Imperial Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. They thought that curing her illness would be an easy task for the Academy's healers. But they were mistaken, I'm afraid. I'm sure you know this by now. But healing spells can only treat wounds. They can't cure illnesses. Emily's condition only got worse over the years, and eventually she succumbed to her illness. Wallace was furious. He didn't understand why the kingdom was outlawing magic that could save lives. And that's why he decided to learn it himself. Yes, the headmaster was inspired by Wallace's resolve. He gave him access to the Academy's forbidden homes of necromancy. And Wallace taught himself that the spells that he knows today. So that's why. It was supposed to stay a secret between him and the headmaster. But I'm sure you know how that turned out. It's a grave for an individual you don't know. It's best if understood. It's the grave of Emily Grant. It's a shame that she died so long. You briefly say a prayer to Behemoth.
Repario Arcanum!
Alright. We have to leave. To the library? Oh, it's you, Mr. Cuthbert. Steelwind, what are you doing here? After what happened at the trial yesterday, I decided it would be best to start my investigation here. Right, Wallace was in the library for the entire morning, so it makes sense that she'd start her search here. Actually, since I have you here, have you seen Eris Ilmata anywhere? It's my understanding that you've both acquainted with each other. Eris, what do you want with her? It's not for anything serious, mind you. It's just that oath of a commander lost her spell companion. Now we need her to produce another one for our records. If you see her, let her know that we'd like to speak to her. We saw her earlier in the cemetery nearby, but I have no idea where she is now. Ugh, once again I have to compensate for that idiot's mistakes. Anyways, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case. Very well, I suppose I still need to honor our deal from earlier. Any leads? Have you had any luck finding the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, I haven't. From the witnesses' testimonies, we have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took. But none of the rooms we've checked have any sign of struggle. Why are you so sure that a struggle happened? I'm mainly basing that off the Anna's testimonies. Valerie, in particular, noticed that the bleeding came from a wound in her stomach. Regrettably, the wounds were mended, so we can't determine what kind of weapon the murderer used. During the trial, you mentioned another witness saw Bellwether walking around yesterday. Would you be willing to tell us who that person is? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. You're a little caught off guard. You've been pretty transparent with your investigation so far. What changed? I have no obligation to justify myself to you, nor do I have the obligation to help the opposition. Didn't we have a deal? Hiding information doesn't exactly seem fair to us. I believe I've given you plenty of information already. So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. Her family is dangerous. The ire of Horace catches a stray thought from her. The family is dangerous? What does that mean? Is there something about this witness's family that you're worried about? No, this could be a feint. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try harder than that if you want to bluff me. She referred to who were the witnesses to her. She said that her family is dangerous. Why would she go to such lengths to hide the witness's identity? In any case, it looks like he's not willing to share more at the moment. Maybe you should try looking somewhere else.
Repario Arcanum.
Okie dokie. Let's come to locker room. You spend some time walking through the academy when you overhear a conversation from a nearby room. Father will hear about this! From what I understand, Miss Steelwood has already moved the investigation elsewhere. How long must I wait before I can retrieve my things? Sorry, old-timer. Orders are orders. Nothing comes in or out till this case is over and done with. Commander White and the headmaster too. Oh, hello, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey, kid. In any case, there are matters that I must attend to. Please inform me when I can reclaim my things. Sure. Looks like Commander White is standing guard in front of the locker room. It doesn't look he's conducting any sort of investigation. Is he here on Steelwood's orders? He might be able to tell you who this secret witness is. Talk. The headmaster. What was the headmaster talking to you about? Supposedly he has some items in one of the faculty lockers. Problem is, Steelwood said no one gets in or out of this room. Except for her and you two, apparently. She won't even let the other knights in here. Really? Is that normal? Nope, but things rarely are when he's calling the shots. Why would she give you access to the crime scene if she wasn't even letting the knights in? Steelwood's orders, with the exception of you and Celeste McCoy, prosecutor Steelwind isn't allowing anyone inside the key areas of the academy. She isn't even allowing the knights of the Inquisition within these areas. She appears to be conducting the investigation single-handedly. I don't know what her deal is, but she's been acting strangely lately. She's been real paranoid, that girl. Frankly, I can't tell what's going through her head. Steelwood's paranoia. You mentioned that the prosecutor has been paranoid lately. Do you think it has anything to do with this case? Nah. Started way before that. Lately, she's been using the Inquisition to investigate a lot of non-magical homicides. What? Wouldn't it be easier to work with the relevant law enforcement for that? I don't know why, but she's convinced that these cases have magic involved. When we scanned each at every one of those crime scenes, nothing turned up. I've got to say though, if it weren't for the scans, I might actually agree with her. Why do you say that? Those homicides. I haven't ever seen anything like them. They're probably some of the most screwed up cases I've ever handled. For one of those cases, we had ourselves a disgruntled spouse. She found out that her man was going around with a barkeep. You know what the spouse does? She stalks the poor woman. She starts leaving threatening notes all around to where she worked. The barkeep told the city watch about what was happening, but no matter how much they staked out the tavern, they could never catch the perp. Then one day the barkeep arrived home. Little did she know, the spouse was waiting there for her. The poor lady never had a chance. Then to tie the whole thing together, the spouse waits for her husband to get home. She cooks for... Oh no! Big roast using... Oh! Oh, Lord! Wow, that story is pretty... I know. Steelwind thinks someone's developed a new type of magic that can control people's minds. These homicides were some sick test run. Magic that can control people's minds. But wouldn't Mage Blight make more sense? Mage Blight? When a mage overuses their magic, it can have pretty bad consequences on their mind. They temporarily lose grip of reality and begin seeing things that aren't there. When a mage becomes like that, it almost never ends well. They enter a frenzy and begin firing spells randomly, which only makes it worse. I've seen my fair share of mage blight cases, and this isn't like that. Not all the perps were mages, and the ones that were didn't even use their magic. One thing was that each of the perps almost seemed to wake up after we arrested them. All of them said things like, "It wasn't me. I didn't have a choice." They didn't have a choice. What could that mean? I doubt it means anything. Sometimes people can't face the things they've done. It's easier to say that you've had no control than to take responsibility. You you can mislead the commander into revealing who the secret witness is. I bet he doesn't actually know. He probably doesn't even know. During the trial, Miss Steelwind mentioned that someone other than Jan Hughes saw Bellwether walking around. Have you seen them around lately? We wanted to speak with them. Nah. Nice try, kid. Well, it was worth a shot. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. I don't think anyone other than Steelwind knows who this weakness is. I sure as hell don't. Wait, what? She's even hiding it from the Inquisition commander? Why is she being so secretive? It looks like the commander doesn't know who this secret witness is either. Ugh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Steelwind's behavior is strange, though. Perhaps you should try analyzing her behavior. If you do that, you might be able to find a way to convince her to help you. Okay, Steelwood's behavior has been strange this time around. She's hiding elements of the case even from the commander. Anyone could tell that she doesn't have much faith in him. I'm standing right here. But this is the first time I've seen her hide key details of a case from him. What is motivating Steelwind to keep secrets? Paranoia. It's gotta be paranoia. Her actions must be driven by paranoia. She's been hoarding information about the case. There's only one reason why she wouldn't utilize the Inquisition like she usually does. It's because she doesn't trust them. I hate to say it, but that doesn't really surprise me. She's always been standoffish with us. But there is one exception. Who has Steelwood trusted for this case? Us! Oddly enough. She's let us investigate the crime scene without any restrictions. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Does she trust us that much? I don't think personal trust is the reason. Why does Steelwood trust us this time? We don't usually interact with her. But she's worked with the Inquisition on plenty of cases that we weren't even involved in. Isn't a member of the nobility. That's what I'm thinking. No, there's a key difference. Isn't capable of using magic? No. It's got weird. Headmaster's Wind isn't controlled by an employee of, controlled by the faculty, the nobility, right? Steelwind doesn't know much about us. but she does know that we aren't prone to noble corruption. You indicted a noble during the last case. Meanwhile, the Inquisition usually bends to the nobility's whims. Well, I can't argue there. What can you infer about the secret witness? Using my insight, if she's worried about the corruption from the nobility, that could only mean one thing. The witness is a murderer. The witness is a noble. The witness has to belong to a noble family. That's why she's so wary of interference. But we're obviously not going to do anything corrupt. Why is she hiding the witness's identity from us? You recall seeing a thought through the eye. Her family is dangerous. I think she's worried about our safety. Yeah, I guess harassing a noble could put you in danger. But I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby Taimura. Yeah, it's not as if we aren't already on the nobility's bad side. I'm sure the Pierce family still has it out for us. This can only mean that the family we're dealing with is even more powerful than House Pierce. If the prosecutor is wary of them, they could even be as powerful as the Steel Ones. Wait, don't tell me we're dealing with one of the 4 pillars. 4 pillars? It's a name people use for the top 4 noble houses. These families stand at the top of the kingdom's aristocracy. If I recall correctly, the 4 pillars are House Frege, House von Sanctus, House Sybil, House Steelwind. Steelwind is part of one of them? Yeah, which makes it so much weirder that she's serving as a prosecutor. The 4 pillars, that's the same as the compendium. What is it? Steelwind's weird behavior all started after she investigated this room. We were at this crime scene, and she left to follow a lead. But an hour later she came back to the lecture hall and booted everyone out. Her behavior changed after investigating this room. That means she found something here. And she put her most... She put the commander in charge of it. She trusts... So, I mean, I suppose... She trusts the commander to a certain extent. That she chose out of all of them, she chose the commander to
be the one guarding it. That, or it's because he's the commander. And that something must point to a family from the Four Pillars. The commander looks a bit anxious. You know, Steelwood's orders say I can't snoop around here. But you two, on the other hand, don't worry, just leave it to us. I have some school records that say which lockers belong to which students. You can use it to tell whose locker you're looking at. Oh boy. Oh, there's an arcade construct in the back there. It's probably here to aid the students. Anyways, I don't think it's relevant to our investigation. But perhaps you should make a small note of it. Construct in the locker room. There appears to be an inactive arcane construct in the academy locker room. You use the legend that the commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find some notable student names. We go with Jake. Inside you find several bottles of some transparent lotion. There's nothing in here but lotion. Oh. Wonder why a student would need this much lotion. Take one of the bottles to inspect it more closely. Wait, Tyrion, don't touch those with your hands. It looks... Caesar... It's some kind of sanitizing liquid. She's a hypochondriac. It's a little strange, but it doesn't seem to be related to the case. Yeah, back to the legend. Okay, I suppose... Okay, Warren is definitely not them, so... We'll check Warren. Inside his cards. Like those cards that fortune tellers use. I wonder if this student studies divination magic. But anyways, I don't think this is related to the case. You use this legend that the commander gave you. Oh, okay, so who's here? Okay, but check Wallace's. Inside you find a bottle of fragrant liquid. And something that looks like a makeup kit. Huh? I didn't expect Wallace to use stuff like this. It does seem strange, but it's not your place to judge. Anyway, you should try looking... Right, there's one more left. Miriam. You open the locker with Miriam's Friega's ID. Inside you find a stack of worn-out textbooks and notebooks. Wait a minute. These notebooks all have Wallace's name on them. You open the notebook and look through its pages. It appears to be research on the art of necromancy. These are Wallace's notebooks. But why are they in Miriam Friega's locker? Did Miriam steal his things? What's going on here? You and Celeste check the locker more thoroughly. Wait a minute. Tyrion, take a look at this. That's blood. There's a stain of blood inside Miriam Frieger's ID. Is there a way of changing the... You use the legend that commanded me. Okay. Back. Should look at it. Steelwood found something in one of those lockers. Whose locker had the most suspicious evidence? Oh, no matter how we look at it, we found some insanely suspicious things in Frieger's locker. House Frieger. It had Wallace's notebook and even some blood. But that blood is certainly strange. It implies that something bloody was stored there. A bloody sword, that's what I reckon. Actually, I think it was Steelwood who took it. Oh right, Orms mentioned that she investigated this room. She must have taken the bloody item as evidence. So for anyone who doesn't know, bloody is... bloody hell. It's very British. My mind often quickly goes to stuff like bloody hell before it goes to bloody things. But with that said, there's something else that's strange about Miriam Frieger's locker. It had a lot of Wallace's possessions. It's possible that she really did steal these items from him. But it's more likely that this locker isn't actually hers. Remember what Wallace told us before? Sometimes the other student was... yeah, they still... ah, yeah, it's... then they'd switch it with the number of another locker. They thought it was funny whenever the student who owned that locker got angry with me. So someone switched the nameplates. This means that this isn't Miriam Frieger's locker, it's Wallace's. But that would mean that the bloody object came from Wallace's locker. It appears so. Evidence in the locker. Perhaps that's the plan. Evidence in the locker. If that's true, why didn't Steelwind present the bloody item during the trial? I proved that Bellwether was wounded before Valerie healed her. Wouldn't that have been the perfect time to present what she found? It was a bloody item found in the defendant's locker, after all. She could have easily proved that the nameplates were switched too. That is weird. There's something more to this that you aren't seeing. But what? I think we'll just have to ask Steelwind ourselves. To the library! Oh, you're back? We've uncovered a few things during our investigation. Miss Steelwind, are you acquainted with a student named Miriam Frieger? I underestimated him. I said it before, I won't fall for such an obvious bluff. It's not a bluff, Miss Steelwind. I'll prove it using the evidence we've gathered. Oh. Let us begin the secret witness. Steelwind is paranoid, and for whatever reason, it's due to the involvement of Miriam Frieger. If you could convince her to reveal why she's being so secretive, she might give you more information. Begin the argument. Contradicts the testimony of the witnesses. You've been behaving strangely, Miss Steelwood. Even the Knights of the Inquisition have noticed. Please, just tell me. Why are you being so paranoid? I'm not sure what you're implying, Mr. Cuthbert. Nothing about my behavior has changed. I've approached this case objectively, just like I have with every other case. Boy, you've ordered the Knights to stay away from the crime scene. You've even taken it upon yourself to conduct an investigation yourself. That is not normal. That is not normal behavior for a prosecutor. I took those actions because the Inquisition is incompetent. How could I possibly trust them with anything? The Knights are incompetent, but even you can see the value of delegation. During Celeste's case, you still delegated tasks to the Inquisition. And you could have easily investigated the Roy Tavern yourself. This academy is huge. You wouldn't conduct your investigation this way unless you had a good reason. Then why don't you enlighten me? Why would I act in such a way? What would cause me to behave so strangely? Evidence in the law. This, oh. What? Then it's 4 pillars. Yeah. You know the Inquisition is corrupt and will bend to nobility. So what would happen if a powerful noble were publicly involved in this case? With that noble's influence, they'd probably be order the Inquisition to conceal their involvement. A high-profile noble is involved in this case, and I believe that the noble is Miriam Frieger. Again, with this, do you think you can you can bluff me by throwing out random names of random nobles? Not every noble is as malevolent. Is a malevolent criminal like Garrick Pierce. I've said it before and you'll say it again. my investigation doesn't involve... Nothing about this case has anything to do with House Frigga. Then how do you explain this, Miss Steelwind? The commander told us you were following a lead in the locker room yesterday. We investigated the lockers of students from the Four Pillar families. We found stains of blood in Miriam Frigga's ID number. It was presumably left by a bloody object. The bloody object was taken by someone. And we heard that you became extremely paranoid after you found something in the locker room. If I had to guess, you took the bloody object as evidence. And what evidence do you have to support these outrageous claims? What? The only thing you have is evidence of a bloodstain. There is a myriad of explanations for that. Everything else you mentioned is pure speculation. You can't prove that piece of evidence exists. I couldn't have found I could have found any number of things in that room, or possibly nothing at all. Psychological profile. Extremely logical and won't accept arguments that aren't supported by evidence. However, she has become secretive lately, and her actions stem from paranoia. She's uneasy about case elements that relate to Miriam Frigga, and she's very inclined to hide Frigga's involvement from the court at all costs. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have to pull the owner of the locker onto the stand. You're hiding evidence. Let's not be coy, Miss Steelwind. Anyone can tell that the bloodstain is the most notable thing in that room. You found an object in the locker with Miriam Frigga's nameplate on it. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no choice to pull the owner of that locker onto the stand. It's ridiculous. We both know that the locker in question belongs to Wallace Nightgrave. Can you unequivocally prove that that's Miss Steelwind? Because the way I see it, there's a lot of room for doubt there. Enough doubt for me to pull Miss Frigga onto the stand. But if I had more context, maybe I wouldn't have to resort to that. Well played, Mr. Cuthbert. I suppose I don't have a choice, do I? You successfully persuaded Arya Steelwind. I knew at some point we'd have to do an argument with her, but I didn't expect it to be this early. The truth. Ooh. Just so we're clear, I wasn't acting to protect the nobility. But I'll admit that Miriam Friegel was the other witness that saw Bellwether that day. I see, I had some suspicions, but there's also another matter. Steelwood looks uneasy. When I was investigating the body, I found this. Evidence of academic dishonesty. Ooh. A tightly packed folder. The documents contain evidence detailing multiple instances. Oh. What the? It looks like Miriam's been cheating at school. But why would Bellwether have something like this? From the way it's arranged, I think it might have been blackmail. Miriam Frieger is considered a prodigy in the practice of conjuration magic. She won a literary awards, and she will most definitely graduate with honours. If those files were to reach the public, it would absolutely ruin her reputation. Do you think the professor was trying to threaten her? It appears so. When I discovered this, several elements of the case were still unknown. I decided to look through her belongings. And I mistakenly looked to the locker with her ID. I found this in that locker. Bloody rapier. Apparently, it was reported stolen by this. It's very likely this is the murder weapon. The rapier is a valuable heirloom for House Frege. And a few weeks ago, Miriam reported that the rapier was stolen from her room. Then it was found in Mortis's locker. Huh. Not that I'm complaining, but why didn't you present this in the court? To be honest, I'd like to avoid involving House Frege by any means necessary. I knew it, you're just protecting her, aren't you? Miss McCoy, do you recall how Wyverngarde's justice system works? To acquit a defendant, you need to unequivocally prove that they didn't commit the crime. To do that, they either need a solid alibi, or we need to prove someone else committed the crime. What do you suppose will happen if Miriam Frege... if you bring Miriam Frege onto the stand? House Frege won't allow one of its members to be indicted in a court of law. They'll plant and forge evidence to implicate your defendant. And they'll use the Inquisition to do it, and do so. That's why you've been keeping them away for the investigation. Can't you do anything? The Steelwoods are powerful too, aren't they? I don't have the support of my house. Right now, I'm just a prosecutor, nothing more. Steelwood, you know that this isn't fair for us. Just do nothing and let us win.
Celeste. If we can't go after Miriam, then you could at least help us save Wallace. I'm not going to do that. Why? What if Miriam Frigga is the real killer? Her sword is the murder weapon, and Bellwether was trying to blackmail her. I seem to recall another case where an innocent person's sword was used to frame them. That's... As a prosecutor, it is not my place to decide who's guilty and who's not. I won't engage in corruption, even if it's counter-corruption from another noble house. I'm sorry. Do you know where Miriam is right now? Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't let her think there's even the slightest possibility you'll indict her. She'll bring the entire wrath of House Freyga on you. Regardless, I can't do anything for Wallace unless I know exactly everything that happened. Freyga has the last piece I need to pull everything together. Well, I suppose I don't have much choice, do I? Her dormitory is room 107. I imagine she'll be there considering that classes are suspended. Not suspended. Is that even a word? Conspended. If I don't tell you, If I don't tell you, I'm sure you'll probably just find out using some other means. But please, Mr. Cuthbert, be careful. Oh wow, it's black. This isn't a killer's room, I don't know what is. Jesus. You follow his deal with... The dorm leading inside seems a lot more ornately decorated than the other dorms. You go to knock on the door, but you realise that it's only partially closed. As your fist comes in contact with the wood, you accidentally push the door wide open. Gah! Excuse me? How dare you barge into my room? These insects respect. Sorry, I meant to knock, but... Construct! Remove these hooligans from my room. Acknowledged. From the corner, an arcane construct stands up, making its way towards you. Before you can protest, it raises its fist to hit you. Ooh. That's a... Hang on. Do you have enough time to raise your arms to brace yourself for the impact? You close your eyes and wait for the blow, but instead you hear the clang of steel against steel. Confused, you open your eyes and see Celeste standing between you and the construct. Her sword is drawn. She's using it to block the construct's fist. Upon taking a closer look at Celeste, the student stares curiously at her. Construct, stand down. Acknowledged. I'm terribly sorry for that. I wasn't aware that this was your servant. Yeah. Celeste looks angry, but she puts away her sword without a word. I haven't noticed you around campus. Are you a new student? If she's a personal attendant, she must be important. You see an opportunity. Yes, my master just enrolled here recently. But you make a silent gesture back. After a moment, she seems to realize what you're doing. Yes, I just started here. I take it you're Miriam Forge. Frigga.
Well, that's a mistake.
Yes, I'm honored that you recognize me. Name Miriam Frigga. Occupation student. Occupation murderer. Probably. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, miss. I'm Celeste. Celeste, no. And pauses for a minute. Steel with. I'm Celeste. You can't believe her. There's no way she's going to believe. Steelwind! It's a pleasure to meet another member of such an esteemed house. She must be from a branch family. Maybe I could use her. Wait, she's actually buying this? Of course she's buying this. This girl is probably... Nobles are like as ignorant as they come, you know? Celeste is just... Celeste Steelwind. Oh, I love this. I just moved in, and I thought that I should introduce myself. Seeing as you're a top student in the field of conjugation. Conjuration. Yes. Well, there's no backing out now. Conjugation. Conjugation magic is my favourite type of magic. Miss Frigga, I was wondering if you could excuse me. I don't believe anyone has permitted you to speak. Oh, here we go. Celeste is smiling, but you can faintly hear her grinding her teeth together. So, we heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. I can't believe it. Yes, it's quite tragic what happened to her. She has always been an acquaintance of House Frege. She appears to be more receptive to Celeste. It might be better to let her take the lead on questioning.
Repario Arcanum!
Just like doing that with every room. It'd be funny if there were like little casts of spells in odd locations. The murder. We heard that you saw her on the day of the murder. Could you tell us more about what happened? Yeah, this is... Oh, you heard about that from your relative, did you? She's not like Harry, is she? If you don't mind me asking, why are you so interested? Oh, you know, I'm just curious is all.
You know how an uneventful life can be sometimes. Being a noble and all. Alright, tone it down. Oh, is that all? I was worried you were going down the same path as that poor, confused Aria. What does she mean by that? But I'm in the middle of a study break anyways. I suppose I have some time to sate your curiosity. Construct, please prepare us some tea. Use that lotus tea we imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. She could be useful if I can win her favour. Acknowledged. Lotus tea? You have lotus... You feel like you're slowly losing control of this situation. No, my lady, it is tea born from a late queen. No, lady, look. It is not your favourite drink. Lotus tea is many favourite drinks. It is quite difficult to get, and I heard that you saw the professor on the day of the murder. Where did this happen? I was in the hallways. I was in the hallways when I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Do you remember what time this happened? I'm not really sure, honestly. It's a little embarrassing, but I have a bad habit of getting too absorbed in my work. Sometimes I'll let entire hours pass by without noticing. Do you have a rough idea at least? I think it was in the morning. She thinks it was in the morning. But anyways, did anything seem off about her? No, it was quite a short encounter. Shock. I merely greeted her and she responded in kind. Or at least that's what it should have been. That thought just now, what does it mean? You slowly glance at Celeste and catch her attention. In small motions you shake your head to indicate that Miriam's holding something back. These two are in sync, just like Tyrion and Celeste in sync. I would never be able to do that. Were you and the professor really on good terms? I heard she was pretty mean towards the other students. Towards the riffraff maybe, but not to students like us. She was a great ally to House Frege. At least she used to be. That's why we were planning on appointing her as the new headmaster.
Wait, what did you just say? Thanks, Headmaster. Did you say... Did you just say your family was going to appoint Bellwether as the new Headmaster? Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know. House Frege holds several seats on the Academy's board. We were making plans to have her replace that lout Redmond. They were going to sack the Headmaster. Did Headmaster Redmond know about this? Oh, of course not. This was a large-scale plan. Along with Redmond, we were going to replace all of the staff with arcane constructs. We had to keep everything under wraps, or else the help would have left prematurely. And where would that leave us? But Jan supposedly overheard Bellwether talking about the constructs. Did Bellwether prematurely reveal the plan, or was Jan lying about how we found out? But alas, with Bellwether gone, we'll have to delay our plans. So we heard that Arya took your rapier as evidence for the case. Can you believe her? She still won't give it back to me. My father will have my head if I can't get it back soon. How did it even become part of the investigation anyways? I don't know. Arya won't tell me anything. I swear if that necromancer was the one who stole it, I'll execute him myself. So someone did steal it from you? Yes. Right out of my room. When did this happen? About a few weeks ago. I noticed when I came back from one of my classes. Someone removed the rapier from its display case in my room. How did they get into your room in the first place? Do you think someone used magic to teleport past the... Do you think someone used magic to teleport past the doors? Please, I'm a master of conjuration magic. If someone attempted that, my enchantments would have shunted them out. This means the thief came through one of the doors or windows. I bet it was that necromancer. I'm sure a street child like him would just knows how to pick locks. I've heard that you're one of the Academy's top students. Your grades must be amazing. Of course, as an inheritor of House Frege, my grades are impeccable. Feels good to have my greatness recognized. Yeah, that's strange. Don't see anything contradictory through the eyes. No, she's likely just this arrogant. You make a gesture just towards Celeste to continue pressing her. Oh, what kind of magic do you study here? You must be joking. I study magic from the School of Conjuration. Just like most members of my house. School of Conjuration? That's the type of magic that specializes in spatial manipulation and teleportation, right? Yes, I consider myself quite the expert in that field. Why the Crown Prince's self has asked for my assistance in a research study. It's nice to work with someone of my caliber. Again, you don't... Yeah, it's total narcissist. You don't see any thoughts that contradict what she's saying. Does that mean she's not lying? If she's smart enough to get the Crown Prince's attention, why would she be cheating? Jeez! Get whatever it is in my throat out, you know? Arya still. You said something about my wayward relative before. Were you talking about Arya? Oh, I'm terribly sorry if I offended you. But I'm sure it must be a pain to see the way that she's been acting lately. Yes, it's been extremely hard. Hang in there, Celeste. Did you know that she interrogated me about the murder yesterday? Can you believe it? A steelwind running around a crime scene like a common night. Why, if I tried something like that, my father would disown me. Does the nobility not approve of Steelwind becoming a prosecutor? I always thought it is strange, but what is motivating her to do this? Honestly, she probably thinks she can do anything just because of her betrothed. Asta deserves better. Upon hearing this, you'd be lying if you weren't also curious about who this Asta is. But you shoot her a stern look that tells her to stay focused. You can't risk her blowing your cover for some gossip. Arcane construct. You have an arcane construct in your room. I thought they only had them in the library in the locker room. This construct was a gift from House von Sanctus. I have to say they're quite convenient to have around. They look really cool. Maybe I should get one. You should. A construct would be far more useful than this pendant of yours. Unfortunately, there are still some issues with their intelligence. Their intelligence? There are issues when you give them complex commands. It might be easier to show you. Miriam turns to the construct and begins gesturing towards it. Construct, please retrieve my textbooks and bring them here. Then cast Steelwind Strike at this location. After that, retrieve some plates and set them out at this table. Steelwind Strike. Acknowledge. What? The construct stands up and retrieves Miriam's textbooks from one of the shelves in the room. It brings them to the table you're sitting at, just like she ordered. But then it suddenly stops. Wait, what happened? The construct obviously can't cast Steel Wind Strike, so my second command was impossible to carry out. But did you notice something else? It ignored your third command too. Correct, my third command was possible to carry out. So why did it ignore that command? Constructs execute a series of commands in the order that they are given. But let's say one of these commands is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in a series is impossible to, then that command will interrupt the sequence of commands. Yeah, you can read. If a command is possible, just skip that command. It's basic programming. Exactly. Construct's logic limitation. Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must... Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must leave now, if we want to make our next engagement. Oh, right. Let's go, servant. Oh, leaving already? It was a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, sure. I hope to see you around. You make your way back to the foyer with Celeste. With all the time you've spent, you only have a brief amount of time before night falls. Are you sure you didn't want to talk to her more? We were getting a lot out of her. We already got a lot of useful information out of her. The more time we spend with her, the more likely she is to see through our ruse. Right. So why Steelwind? I don't know, I panicked. Arya is like the only noble I know. What about Pierce? I'm not using that bitch name. Well, hopefully Steelwind doesn't mind us borrowing her name. And we got her statement on what she saw that day. There's also what she said about her rapier. I bet she was lying when she said it was stolen. She was probably trying to establish an alibi. I'm not so sure. Why do you think that? Doesn't it feel too obvious? If she was lying about the rapier being stolen, that would imply that she planned all of this in advance. But if she had to choose a murder weapon, why would she choose something that literally has her name on it? I'd understand if the murder was a spur of a open decision. She might have just used something nearby in this case. But if it was a premeditated murder committed by Miriam, that rapier would be the last weapon she would choose. Right, I guess that makes sense. There's also the evidence of academic dishonesty. It doesn't match up with what we heard from Miriam. You mean all that stuff about working with the Crown Prince? She was probably just making things up to look good in front of me. I have an insight when it comes to things like this. Under normal circumstances, I can usually tell when someone is lying. And a lie as grandiose as that would be something I would definitely see through. People can subconsciously shield themselves from the eye of Horus if they don't know about it. But when they do that, you usually can't see any thoughts from them. You also saw that she was lying about her encounter with Belknap. You would have seen dissonant thoughts if she was lying about her grades. Well, I guess I'll trust your insight. But what does this mean? I don't know. Even with everything we found, I'm not sure who the real culprit is. At the very least, I think we should try to pull Miriam onto the stand. If she testifies in court, I might be able to find something I could use. But that's a big maybe. If you don't play your cards right, you might spook Fraggers enough for them to pay off the judge. Either way, it's getting late. Probably have to turn in soon. Yeah. You just hope you did enough to acquit Wallace. Yes, I would like to save my progress. The Walking Dead, Part 5. Let's do this. Court is now resumed for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. It was revealed that the trace of necromancy may have not been left by the defendant. It may have been left by a witness who used necromancy to attempt to heal the victim. However, the victim was seen by witnesses well after her time of death. This could only be explained by the defendant using necromancy to animate the victim's body. So I don't think it's Miriam. I think it's Ilmata. I've had suspicions of her since the case began. And there's got to be more of her shifting. There's got to be more to that. This leaves the question, where did the murder take place? Does the prosecution have an answer for this? Based on the testimonies of several witnesses, it is very likely that the murder took place in the library. Okay. Interesting. What led you to this conclusion, Miss Steelwood? I'd like to remind the court where the victim was hidden before the body was found. It began when the victim had a meeting with the headmaster near the center of the building. Our meetings was scheduled for 12 p.m. According to my schedule for the day, for that day, our meeting lasted for an hour. That brings us to the statement of the witness, a student at the academy. The student saw the victim walking in the hallways. I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Which means that our first victim saw Bellwether leave the headmaster's office. Presumably, this would have happened after her meeting there. That time, that would time this encounter at 1 p.m. The other event is the discovery of the body, which was when Valentina Iannis contacted security. I suddenly spotted the professor lying there in a pool of blood. Valentina used a communication to call for help while I tried to save her. As we've established, this event occurred at 3:04 p.m. But the significance of this is what occurred before the body was discovered. The second witness was a member of the cleaning staff. A member of the cleaning staff spotted the victim in the west wing hallway. Bellwether knocked over a vase. There were shards of glass and dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. This means that this encounter must have happened no later than 2:30 p.m. That lasted an hour. So it happened in the murder. This means that this... Right, yeah. And this implies that the victim was near the library between 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. According to the defendant's statements, he was in the library during this time period. Furthermore, the time of death was 2:07 p.m. This means Mr. Hughes saw the victim's animated body. Steele was deduction, right? Okay, so good. I see your deduction certainly tracks, Mr. Steelwind. What do you have to say in your defense, Mr. Cuthbert? Prosecution arguments is definitely well thought out, Your Honor. However, it is entirely predicated on the testimonies of all of the witnesses involved. since there has to be a hole, and since your conversation yesterday, you've had a feeling that Miriam is hiding something. If you want to get the truth, you'll need to drag that out of her through a cross-examination. To test the validity of these claims, the defense would like both of these witnesses to testify. The defense calls Miriam Frieger to the stand. Ooh, straight off the bat. Frieger! At the mention of her name, the judge's face turns a bit pale. I had a feeling it would come to this. Do you have any objections, Miss Steelwood? I do not, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frieger to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the... You little snakes! How dare you deceive me? Oh, looks like she found out. I had the opportunity to debrief the witness beforehand. Miss McCoy, for the record, I told you to exercise discretion. I did not mean that you should impersonate a member of my family. Yeah. Sorry about that. I gave you all of the tea that I imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. I demand that you return it to me. No, you gave them to me. They're legally mine now. Ahem. I'm not sure what's your business with the witnesses, Miss McCoy, but I'd ask you handle your personal disputes outside of them. Anyways, I love Celeste Steelwood. Anyways, Miriam, could you please testify to the court about your encounter with the victim? Very well. I was working on the research project in my dorm room when I decided to take a break. I left my room. That's when I saw Professor Bellwether exiting the headmaster's office. She was walking in my direction, so I greeted her and she responded in kind. After that, he headed towards the library. A short time after that, I went back to my room. It's hot. Middle of summer, it is hot. Here. I see, so it was only a brief encounter. However brief, the witness's testimony verifies two things. One is that Miss Frieger saw the professor exiting the headmaster's office. The other is that she witnessed the victim head towards the library. That gives us a rough timeline of where the victim was before her death. That does seem consistent. Did Bellwether really enter the library that day? you feel like you would have seen her if she did. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Press. Was this research part of your schoolwork? It was an independent study to develop a new conjuration spell formula. The project is being sponsored by the Crown Prince himself. I wasn't aware you were involved in such a study. Of course you wouldn't. Did you expect to know every aspect of his life, dear Arya? You sense a bit of aggression. If you don't keep an eye on him, House Frigga might just steal him back from you. Oh god. As if His Highness would align himself with yeah, I'm not saying that word. With your family. Our banking houses for the economic infrastructure of our kingdom. But perhaps he'll come to the Steel Winds if he needs to clear a den of goblins. With all due respect, maybe please focus on the matter at hand. Of course, Your Honor. And you're sure that you saw her exit the headmaster's office? Yes, I remember it clearly. I was surprised that she was still meeting with the headmaster at all. She must be talking about how they were plotting to replace him. Did you interact with the professor at all? Did anything seem off about her? No, it was a very short encounter. It's not as if we stopped to have a conversation. You said that you greeted her and she responded. What words did she use? Why is that important? Miss Frigga, it's possible that someone used illusion magic that day. Every detail about the victim's interactions could be important. Well, I bid her good morning. And she said good morning in response. After that, she headed towards the library. Did you see her led to the library? She could kick things over. She
I didn't see. I didn't. There's not much else in that direction. From the testimony of Jan Hughes, we know that she later came from the library. Even if she didn't enter the library, she was still in that area for more than an hour. A short time after that, how long did you leave your dorm room? Only for a few minutes. I try not to let my breaks go for too long. And you didn't see the professor again after your first encounter? No, I did not. Her testimony seems pretty straightforward. But she could be lying. I'm honestly not sure. Let's focus on her statements about how Bellwether acted. There's an arrow down there, and I'm like... Arrow exists, it's like... let's see...
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Let's see. Oh, you could scroll down the list. Aha! It's a As Frigga was planning to... They were also planning to fire... a construct. Bellwether spent time... Right. 30 minutes before... Say, edit. Must have been on a disguised illusion. Reese day was... Let's see. Wait, hang on. Right, so he left at 1. Exit. Right, but that lines up. So I bid her good morning. As she
responded in. After that, she was the library. So it's got to be one of those. Used to disguise. Just no duration until dispelled. Huh. They're really in 3 weeks before the murder. No. Any ideas? Maybe. Jeez, this is difficult. Bellwether's reputation is it? She had a history of bullying. Would she have said it? Headmaster's offices. I never went up one. Okay, so it was on a work. Okay. Maybe it's the reputation.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, we wanna... She responded in kind. So that she headed towards the library. Which lines up. That makes sense. Sriga was planning to... Maybe this way. Someone. Nope. 30 minutes before the... Nope. God. Right, okay. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. But that might have something to do with it, but... Don't think so. Her autopsy suggests she died. Well, that means it's the real one. There's a chance that that's a real one.
Even though she yelled to him, beep. Maybe. I feel like that's more of a piece of evidence for later. To prove that it's the constructs. After that, she headed towards the library. Also that, yeah, okay, that works. Maybe I map it.
Objection!
No? Okay. Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. I left my... That one.
Objection!
Press it. Adjust. Very clearly. Still meeting with the headmaster. She must be talking. Direct with the professor. Maybe we...
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Ugh. This is difficult. Hello, did you... Only a few minutes. I try not to take breaks. You didn't see the professor again after. The testimony seems pretty straightforward. She could still be lying. I'm honestly not sure. Just have to focus on how it couldn't be Bella's reputation.
Objection!
Nope.
Objection!
Okay. I say good morning. Maybe it's in spells. And you're certain that nothing seemed off about her? Yes, like I. So why did she say? Only happened to over a few seconds. The witness's interactions. Right, almost certainly that one. We press her again on that. Why did she say that? Yes, I would like said it was a. I don't.
Objection!
At this point, we should start to think about throwing up everything at the wall and see what sticks.
Objection!
Nope. Okay.
Objection!
No, that's not it.
Objection!
That was definitely not it. Overheard her.
Objection!
Ah, hello, Miss Frega. If I recall, you have a habit of getting absorbed in your work, so much so that you'll even lose track of the time of day. But what does that? Yes, but what does that have to do with my testimony? Earlier in today's proceedings, the prosecution made the following argument. Our witness saw Bellwether leave the meeting with the headmaster. That would time this encounter around 1 p.m. If you said good morning, oh yeah. Because that encounter could. That's a. Sort of to yourself. The witness simply lost track of time. What the witness said isn't important here. Significance is in what the professor said in response. She just come out of a meeting that was scheduled for noon. She was well aware of that it was no longer morning. I thought it though. So why would she respond with good morning? Wouldn't she have corrected the witness? Their encounter was extremely short. And the victim's mind may have been preoccupied. She could have easily responded to the witness without thinking. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of agree with her. It's not hard to believe they were both but definitely a stretch. You still can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. That's obvious in retrospect. But that's the way cookie doth be crumbling. Every time you ask about how Bellwether acted that day, the eye picks something up. There has to be something there. Miss Frigga, you haven't been entirely truthful in your testimony, have you? That's absurd. What reason would I have to lie? Every detail about how she acted is important, Miss Frigga. What aren't you telling us? Mr. Cuthbert, you have no basis to accuse the witness of perjury. Yes, you will stop this at once. Miss Frigga, you're lying about how Bellwether responded to you, aren't you? Doesn't make it... All she did was yell at me. Miss Frigga, is it possible that Bellwether's response was less than friendly? Why is he so persistent? My job is to make every part of your testimony truthful. Every detail matters, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Mr. Cuthbert, you will adopt this, or I will find you in contempt in his vehicle. The professor yelled at you, didn't she, Miss Frigga? So what if she did? I mean... I'm sorry, but there's no going back on what you just said. So, you do admit that she yelled at you. Ach, you impertinent little... Yes, I admit it. The professor didn't greet me back that day. Oh, good morning, Professor. Be quiet. Huh? She yelled at me to be quiet. But until then, we had always been nothing but courteous with each other. But something put her in a foul mood. But that's it. Don't believe me, right? That part is true. I did see her come out of the headmaster's office and walk towards the library. So she wasn't lying about that. So is that all, Mr. Cuthbert? What do you mean, is that all? You badgered this witness, so also you could prove what exactly? The witness committed perjury. The witness changed a small detail of her testimony. A detail that is inconsequential to the case. It was clearly an act with no malicious intent. Huh? After seeing her thoughts, it's hard to disagree with that. You were so sure that the eye would lead you somewhere. But Frigga was only lying to save face. The witness saw the victim leave the headmaster's office and head towards the library. Do you have any concrete evidence to refute that, Mr. Cuthbert? No, I suppose I don't. Wait, is that really okay? At this rate, this will be your only chance to cross-examine her. I don't think she's lying. I was really pushing my luck earlier. If I continue pressing her, the judge might actually charge me with contempt. If Miriam isn't the one that's not. The defense has no questions for the witness, Miss Dealwind. Prosecutor Sturdy is quiet. She looks almost disappointed. This is dismissed. Still looks like she's fuming. The judge breathes a sigh of relief as the young noble is escorted out of the room. What else do you have, Mr. Cuthbert? The only way to refute the prosecutor's theory is to cast doubt on one of the witnesses. If it wasn't Miriam, then Steelwind, to test your theory, we must question every witness the witness saw that day. So with that said, the defense would like to call Jan Hughes to the stand. I hope you understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your entire case rests on the assumption that one of the witnesses' accounts is incorrect. If your cross-examination of Mr. Hughes leads nowhere, then I hope you're ready to concede. Don't like the sound of that, but she's right. Unless there's something in Jan's testimony, you won't really have to disprove her theory. Bailiff, please bring in Mr. Hughes. Yeah, sleepy man. I had a yawny voice for that one. Witness, name and occupation. Ah, right. My name is Jan Hughes. I'm on the cleaning staff. Mr. Hughes, please testify to the court about your encounter with the professor that day. Sure. Witness testimony. I saw the professor when I was cleaning the West Wing hallways. It was about 20 to 30 minutes before the body was discovered. She walked by me, but she looked pretty out of it. I heard she was undead when this happened. Pretty creepy if you ask me. After that, she went into the empty classroom. Well, that was straightforward. Come on, Jan. What are we supposed to do with that? Press it all and hope you get one. I know you guys are the lawyers. I'm telling you what I saw. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. How are you so sure it was 30 minutes before? I always check the time to make sure we're on schedule. No, you check the time to see when you get off. I was supposed to be finish cleaning the halls by 3 p.m. Right, the body was discovered at 3:04 p.m. What was the professor like, Mr. Hughes? She walked past me pretty out of it. Hang on a moment. She walked by. We're gonna press it just to check, but I have a feeling. Did anything else look off about her? I mean, she was an undead after all. That remains to be proven. If you say so. Anyways, what was her demeanor like? She looked like she was in a bad mood. Either that or she was tired. But I guess she was dead inside. Literally. The dead can't speak. Animate corpse. The minute it cannot speak.
Objection!
Oh. Okay, maybe I should... Okay, it's probably the other one then.
Objection!
Oh, okay. I guess we press everything then. It's almost certainly that, though. Like, I've already... Maybe I'm figuring stuff out ahead of time. But I'm pretty certain it's that. I believe you've gotten a few... You've forgotten a few details about what the professor did. Yeah? Sorry, it's hard to remember these things sometimes. Which details... Did she make any sounds? Did you hear her make any sounds? Oh, yeah. She knocked over a vase. She yelled to me... she yelled at me to be quiet. But I didn't even say anything. This detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony. Make sure it's... Why isn't it the... why? Where is it? Ah, there. She's pretty cool. She yelled at me. It's necrotic blight, animate corpse. Present.
Objection!
Mr. Hughes, you said that Melweather yelled at you. What were her exact words? I think she yelled at me to be quiet. What? I think it was weird. I thought it was weird. I didn't even say anything. But I know that better to talk back to her. That's the thing, Hughes. The prosecution's theory is as such. The professor was murdered in the library and was reanimated using animate corpse. With a quick illusion spell, no one would notice that he was undead. However, if what you saw was truly the undead Bellwether, how did she speak to you? This doesn't make any sense. Mr. Hughes, undead can follow simple orders, but they don't have the intelligence to speak. Perhaps the witness was mistaken. No, I'm sure I heard her yell at me. I remember because what she said didn't make any sense. Exactly. He didn't say anything yet, but still she yelled at him to be quiet. Wait a minute. I'm afraid I don't understand. We've established that the victim was dead long before her encounter encounter with Miss Hughes. But if what he said wasn't if what he saw wasn't an undead, what was it? It had to be an undead. What other explanation is there? It couldn't have been major illusion. Otherwise it would have been able to shove Jan out of the... Wouldn't have been able to shove Jan out of the way or knock over the vase. Whatever it was, used illusionary disguise to make it look like Bellwether. Doesn't that mean it was... Does that mean it was a person? No, if it was a person, how did Bellwether's body end up in the lecture hall? Bellwether wouldn't have been able to turn herself invisible if she was dead. And whatever chance, or it needs to be something that could have transported Bellwether's body unseen. Yeah, would also have to have the mass and the ability to speak. What created Bellwether's voice? There is only one possible explanation. Or at the very least, it needs to be able to read that. Be something that can recreate Bellwether's voice. What could have done that? Okay, good. Huh. That's it? Do you have an answer for us, Mr. Cuthbert? What did the witness actually see? Your Honor, the witness didn't actually hear the dead victim speaking. What he actually saw was her voice being recreated using magic. Are you saying that her voice was recreated using a spell? Not a spell, Steelwind. It was artificery. And whoever the murderer is, they had the perfect piece of artificery available to them. One programmed with Catherine Bellwether's voice. You can't possibly mean... That's right, Mrs. Steelwind. Mr. Hughes wasn't... What Mr. Hughes saw was an arcane construct. An arcane construct? Think of it as a magically armored... magically animated suit of armor, Your Honor. But we ruled out such a possibility, hadn't we? Construct or not, no one could disguise themselves and carry the body to the classroom. A person wouldn't have been able to do it. But arcane constructs are a different thing entirely. Those suits of armor are extremely large, but more importantly, they're hollow. I see. That means that theoretically, someone could have placed the victim's body inside it. The arcane construct wouldn't just transport the body with an illusory disguise, it would also confuse and mislead anyone who saw it.
Objection!
I commend your deduction, Mr. Cuthbert. I would never have considered that possibility. It's certainly plausible, but what does this prove exactly? It proves that the body wasn't animated using necromancy. My client isn't the murderer. The defendant is still capable of performing all of the acts that you described. His compendium contains illusionary disguise, after all. There were several students in the library that day. Any of them could have committed the murder. One might come to that conclusion if they didn't have one crucial piece of evidence. I'd like to present a new piece of evidence to the court. From under her table, you see Miss Steelwinds pull out the bloody rapier. Blood? Is that... Yes, Your Honor. This is the murder weapon. She was saving that for the perfect moment, wasn't she? This rapier was stolen by Miriam Frieger weeks before the murder. And during the investigation, it was finally found in the defendant's locker. Wait. He was clearly trying to use one of her possessions in the paltry attempt to frame her. Why, he even stole her locker's nameplate and placed it over his. Oh. Damn it, that's not what happened. But honestly, it sounds plausible than what really took place. More plausible than what really took place. We are basically back to square one, aren't we? Anyone could have told that construct to do all those things. Wait, anyone? Is that really true? The construct transported the body, and someone used an illusion to make it look like her. They even used a pre-recorded voice to make the illusion more convincing. Who ordered the... As I suspected. No, that's not right. No, okay. Constructs are available to students, but not all of their functions. Alright. Holy sugar! It's not. Several memories back to you. Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words? I think she yelled at me to be quiet. She yelled at me to be quiet. But until then, we'd been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood. Be quiet. Sorry? Be quiet. Eris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. The construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those things. No, it can't be him. Did you figure something out? I did. But is he seriously the one behind all this? Miss Steelwood, earlier you said that my client could have orchestrated this entire ruse. But that's simply not true. How so? Anyone could have ordered the Hodge-struck to carry out the victim's body. Yes, but not everyone can change what the constructs are able to say. Only one individual has the credentials for that. Theodore Redmond, headmaster of the Imperial Academy. We are going there. And this is out of the blue. Whoa! I did not see that coming. Wait, you're not serious, are you? You think the headmaster did all this? I don't want to believe it. But he's the only one who could have done it. That's completely ridiculous. Headmaster Redmond would never do something like this. Miss Steelwind, there's one common element between each of the witnesses' encounters with Bellwether. It's what Bellwether said to them. She yelled at both of them to be quiet. Miriam Frieger was particularly surprised. She had a good relationship with the professor. But when greeted by the professor, Bellwether just shouted at her, almost as if the professor was responding indiscriminately. And recall her encounter with Jan Hughes. His name is slowly changing. The professor knocked over a vase and shouted at him to be quiet immediately after, even though he hadn't said anything. She was responding to the sound of the vase breaking. Now let me ask you this, Steelwind. Where did Bellwether come from before she encountered Miss Frieger and Mr. Hughes? Her meeting with the headmaster. It appears that the defendant truly means to indict Theodore Redmond. If so, we have no choice to take a brief recess until he can be brought here. There's no need. Fortunately for you, I'm already in the gallery. The headmaster stood up from the gallery, seats behind you, and slowly walked onto the witness stand. Has he been here the whole time? Now please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. But do you think I am the one who committed this crime? I'm sorry, Redmond, but no matter how I look at it, everything I've found points to you. No, there's no need to apologize. In fact, I should commend you on the lengths that you're going to defend dear Wallace. The court appreciates your understanding, Mr. Redmond. Now then, to clear the air, I should give my testimony on what happened that day. That day I had a meeting scheduled with the professor at noon. She showed up at the expected time and we discussed various administrative matters. Our meeting went on for an hour. After which she left to prepare for her next class. Despite our disagreements, we still knew how to be civil with one another. After all, I had no personal grudge against her. Is he really the person we're looking for? He has to be. No one else could have orchestrated this entire plot. Let's find out why. I suspect I know. Da da da.
Objection!
Was when she told her. Redmond, did you really hold no animosity towards Professor Bellwether? Of course not. I did have strong opinions about her methods of teaching. But I always remained professional. We both did. Frankly, I find that hard to believe. In fact, I think you might have had a very good reason to murder the professor. Considering that she was going to take your job. What? So you knew about that? I'm sorry, but I don't follow. Just how was the professor going to take the headmaster's job? According to Miriam Free, Catherine Bellwether was currying favour with the noble families. In fact, there was a plan to oust Redmond and appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster of the academy. What? But in any case, I doubt that the headmaster had any idea of this until now. I'd like to remind the court of the witness's reaction just now. He said, "So you knew about that." His reaction was one of surprise. But he wasn't surprised by this information. He was surprised I knew this information. That's... Please, dear Arya. I may be a frail old man, but I'm perfectly capable of defending myself. Huh? If you have an explanation, Mr. Redmond, then by all means, I'd love to hear it. Gladly. Witness testimony. It is true that I knew about the Rhaegar's plot beforehand, but I had only just learned about it. On the day of the murder, the professor told me about her plans. She was going to replace me as headmaster and replace the staff with her arcane constructs. Now you might say this would have given me the perfect motive to murder the professor. Whether the supposed murder weapon was stolen from Miss Rhaegar. This happened weeks before the murder and my discovery of the professor's treachery. I had no knowledge of their plan before she told me, and therefore I wouldn't have known to steal his weapon in an attempt to frame her. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Cuthbert? There is no way that the headmaster could have come up with this plan. I've got it. I've got him. Right where I want him. If he really did do this, that means he stole the rapier too, right? Most likely. His alibi makes sense. He couldn't have planned the whole thing unless he knew about Bellwether's plans. That would mean he knew about this weeks ago. But how did he even find out? The best way to tell a convincing lie is to leave a lot of truths and only change one detail. Maybe Bellwether did tell him, but she actually told him weeks ago. Question is, how do you prove that? Where is it? Is it Bellwether's plan? But according to Jan, revealed this plot. There it is. Right. Objection! Redmond, you keep saying that you didn't know about Bellwether's plot before yesterday. Do you still plan on standing behind that claim? Of course I am. Because it's the truth. I'm sorry, Redmond, but you should really close your doors during your meetings. What? Did someone see? It is true that Bellwether revealed her plan to you during one of your meetings. In fact, Jan Hughes happened to overhear that same meeting. But he only overheard the part where the staff would be replaced. And that's the strangest part, Redmond. According to Mr. Hughes, this meeting occurred weeks ago. You can't accuse the headmaster of perjury based on a rumor. Everything you've just said is based on a second-hand information. Mr. Hughes distinctly overheard that the staff would be replaced with arcane constructs. That is too specific and too accurate to assume that he misheard a different conversation. The professor probably only revealed her plan for the arcane constructs. That still doesn't prove that he knew about her treachery beforehand. Professor Bellwether had no authority over the leading staff's employment. It wouldn't make sense for her to just reveal her plan for the arcane constructs. That would only make sense if he knew that Bellwether would be taking his job. So tell me one thing, Redmond. Why did you find the need to lie about this? Is it because you saw a need to protect yourself from my accusations? Redmond, I asked you a question. Did you murder Catherine Bellwether? Whoa! What a fine mess this is. Not done yet. Headmaster? So you truly plan on pushing this, are you? Well, your thesis sounded promising, Mr. Cuthbert. But I believe your arguments could use a little work. You think I killed Catherine Bellwether? Me? I am an elderly man in his late 80s. I was alone, had nothing to overpower Bellwether with. I could barely walk, much less wield a rapier. The arcade. But you and Bellwether weren't the only people in that room, were you? You needed the arcane construct to carry the Bellwether's body. That means that construct would have already been in your office. And with your privileges, you could have easily program the construct to stab Bellwether for you. Ugh. Even so, think about what would have transpired afterwards. Recall Miss Dearwin's timeline of Bellwether's witnesses. With your theory that with your theory, the construct would have spent more than an hour in the library. I think there would have risked my so-called ruse from being discovered. Lady Freak. Till nightfall down. Thoughts. The timing deduced from Miss Frager's testimony is predicated on one thing. She saw Miss Bellwether exit your office after your meeting. However, if we assume that you're lying about this when this meeting ended, your entire argument falls apart. Miss Frager would have encountered Bellwether after her death at 2:01 p.m. Miss Frager wouldn't have made a mistake like that. Miss Frager thought it was morning when she saw Bellwether. She can't reliably tell the time. Ugh. Then, what about where the rapier was placed? If I recall, if I really was the murderer, then that would mean I planted the weapon in Wallace's locker. Several of the students there I had access to. I wouldn't have placed incriminating evidence in that locker. Is there anything about the nameplate? You're right, Mr. Redmond. You wouldn't have tried to flame Wallace. Wallace! But you would try to frame Miriam Frieger. Ugh. It would have been a perfect act of revenge, wouldn't it? You murder your treacherous co-worker and frame the daughter of the family that helped her. But something went wrong, didn't it, and labels of Wallace's and Miriam's locker were switched. Anyone who saw that would easily have mixed them up. I am the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. I have the records of all the students' lockers and where they're located. There's no reason I would have made that mistake. If I truly planned this, I would have known where Wallace's locker was. A simple change in labels wouldn't have led to make a careless mistake like that. Oh! Constructor, they are. But it wasn't you, was it? Your arcane construct was the one who planted the rapier in the locker. Sure. I bet you commanded it to place this rapier in the locker of Miriam Frieger. But it saw the ID number on Wallace's locker and assumed that it was Miriam's. This is... Redmond begins desperately stammering, looking for something to say. Miss Steele would say something. What? Mr. Cuthbert, your theory may be possible, but there's no evidence to support it. Ha! That's right. You don't have any proof, do you? There's no evidence of my law. Saying that I believe they log. Okay. Construction. I can't. Please. Oh, maybe. However, Headmaster activated the academy's right. Ooh, we're getting close to finding out what the hell happened when I... It's supposed to be pretty good. Just gotta double check that. Nope. Okay. Any spells?
how much left. I don't have much left. I don't think it's that. This could be that. I think it could be that. It's the only thing that has it. This is good. This is good. This is good. Went down when the body was discovered. No. Okay. Yep, right. So I have to restart the argument. Right, so we know what to do. To think. Okay, construct. Okay, so use this. Put it over there. Okay. Let's present. What? Silly me. Getting ahead of myself. Something. Right, you don't have any proof, do you? There's no evidence. My orders. That's it? Okay. I thought it wasn't it, but I was wrong. Your arcade is still a locker room where it planted the rapier. All we have to do is take it, look inside and we'll see the blood inside. Is that so, Mr. Cuthbert? What? Why does he look so confident? No, Mr. Cuthbert, I already checked inside of that construct during my investigation. The interior was completely clean. Very Five Nights at Freddy's, just... I watched the FNAF movie earlier today. Putting bodies inside of like animatronic things seems to be a theme for today for me. Construct primary function is to assist and clean their... They have a function that allows them to inside and out. Well, we can still have a look at the command history, right? Think about it, Mr. Cuthbert. Do you honestly think the murder would evidence leave evidence behind like that. I'm sure that whoever orchestrated this plot, they ordered the construct to wipe its logs when it was finished. That's right, Mr. Cuthbert. Your case against mine is theoretical at best. But I suppose I can still give you marks. Damn it, I thought of everything. Was he seriously able to get rid of all of the evidence? Okay. So I certainly do not like the fact that, actually, yeah, well, I like, kind of half like it, kind of half don't. Ha! Something coming to glare like that young Tyrion. He's doing it again. Bring himself back to think about, yeah, his life and his future are in your hands.
Naught can remain concealed.
Empowered Eye. You activated the Empowered Eye again. Redmond did a good job of covering his tracks. But there has to be something that he forgot to get rid of. Oh, the odor. I wonder, did I leave any other evidence behind? I was fair too meticulous. But I needed some way to keep that lecture hall empty. Oh right, he must have botched the alchemy experiments on purpose to keep the lecture hall clear. That doesn't really tell you anything you can use right now. I did everything I could to cast doubt on Freyga's Brett. I can't believe Valerie placed a trace of necromancy on the body. To make matters worse, the construct placed the evidence in the wrong locker. So he did send the constructs to the locker room to plant the evidence. He must have also fabricated the documents that accused Freyga of cheating. It was all to make her look like the murderer. This doesn't give you anything. Construct's orders were clear. Plant the body in Lecture Hall 2B, and then plant the evidence in Freyga's locker. We're supposed to head to the storage room afterward. What happened? Interesting. What? Oh, okay. Was that recast the spell? Try the spells. Why am I thinking of this? Something related to the construct's actions. Why was the construct in there? Should have thought it'd been able to. It's no matter. Wiped its logs. Oh. So he did order it to wipe its logs in order to cover all of them. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's not got the logs of the. He's a silly. It would have done that after it was finished planting the evidence in the locker room. We found it in the locker room. Oh, stop. It's logic. Did it? Redmond oh, was it? Could have been around that time. Right, the body was reported earlier than Redmond expected. This means he probably started the lockdown before the construct was finished in the locker room. How did the lockdown affect the construct's actions? Frager's... Redmond's series of was interrupted by the lockdown. Right, the series of commands would have been interrupted. Wait a minute. Constructs execute a series of commands in the order that they are given. But let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. There's Celeste Cedarwind, my favourite character. What would happen to her? She just kind of disappeared. So, if a task is in a series of commands is impossible, well, then the command will interrupt the entire series. The construct's final command was to wipe its memory. But if its orders were interrupted by the lockdown, then Miss Steelwind, I have nothing more to ask this witness. You're not giving up now, are you? Do you even have to ask? Yeah, I thought so. But how are you going to prove he's not? Don't worry, the next witness's testimony will be all I need. Next witnesses? That look on your face isn't one of defeat, but just you planning. You've let your quarry get away, Mr. Cuthbert. I do, Mrs. Steelwind. First, I'd like the Inquisition to bring in the arcane construct in the Academy's locker room. We've already established that the murder would have wiped its memory. Please, just humour me for a second, Mr. Steelwind. Very well. Bailiff, please relay Mr. Cuthbert's request to Commander White. Hey look, my favourite steel armour. I hope you know what you're doing. Construct? What are your orders? Please recite your command history. Report. Command 1, stand by in Headmaster's office. Command 2, await vocal signal attack from Theodore Redmond. You hear Theodore Redmond stand up from the gallery. Seeing this, the prosecutor watches him carefully. He watches him and carefully clutches the handle of her cane. Treat. Catherine Bellwether as a hostile entity and neutralize. Construct, wipe your... Hold it. Before he can finish his sentence, the prosecutor points her cane at the headmaster. Magical energy shoots from it and collides directly with him. The magic wreaths around his body and stops him from moving. He's clearly trying to struggle against it, but it looks like he can't even move his mouth. Miss Steelwind. Excuse the interruption, please continue. Command 4, awaits vocals signal, leave, from Theodore Redmond. Command 5, move to classroom 2B. Reply to any inquiries with voice line in 3. Command 6, remove Catherine Bellwether from interior frame and place on floor. Thank you, Construct. You can stop now. I think we all know the rest. But just to be clear, who gave you these series of commands? Commands were provided by Headmaster Theodore Redmond. How? I ordered the construct to wipe its command history. Mr. Redmond, constructs don't follow the same logic that humans do. They're prone to error when their commands are impossible to execute. Impossible? In what way were my commands impossible? You were the one that made it impossible. You activated the lockdown system. Lockdown. The body was found earlier than you'd like. You had no choice but to immediately activate the lockdown system when it was reported. However, the construct was still in the locker room when you did this. So that's why it's here. The construct finished its tasks in the locker room, but then it tried to follow your next command. It tried to move to the storage room, but it was prevented from doing so. Completion of that command was impossible. So the next series of commands was stopped before it wiped its history. You little... You, Theodore Redmond, you ordered your construct to murder Catherine Bellwether. Then you had to place the murder weapon in a locker to frame Miriam Freegan. And we, your construct's testimony, to prove it. And that's checkmate. There it is. There's the line. I can't believe it. How could you do something like this, Headmaster? She was going to take everything from me. My position, my academy, my students. Everything would be gone. It's going to be stolen by her and the Friggers. Why didn't you say anything to me? I could have... Don't you dare stand there and act ignorant, Lady Steelwind. Do you think the Friggers acted alone? Your father was a part of this plot too. What? I have nothing to say to you. I thought you were different. I listened to your lies about this societal reform. In the end, you would just like the rest of the aristocracy. By the scale, Lord. What have I done? I was even willing to sacrifice poor Wallace. I can't believe I... Why did I do this? Huh. It appears we have a full confession. The court sees no reason to prolong this trial any further. Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell. Mr. Cuthbert, you really did it. Feels amazing, right? Like a big weight being lifted from your shoulders. It does, but I can't believe the headmaster was the one who did it. Right. Despite everything Redmond did, he was the one that allowed Wallace to pursue his dreams. I'm sorry, I'm sure this is bittersweet for you. What am I going to do now? Headmaster Redmond was the only reason I could even attend the academy. With him gone... Come on, don't think like that. You've got to quit it, I'm sure it'll all work out. You want to agree, but necromancy is basically to without Redmond's support, there aren't many places he could learn it legitimately. And then there's the Imperial Academy. Hey, don't you get sad on me too? I was just thinking, with Redmond gone, the Frigas will just appoint another sociopath as the headmaster. Valentina, Valerie, Jan, they're all gonna lose their jobs. Come on, you found the truth and put a murderer behind bars. You saved Wallace. She's right. As you start to exit the courtroom, you're greeted by Miss Tyrion. Was she in the gallery this whole time? At the end of the day, you saved Wallace from a wrongful conviction. You should be proud of yourself for that. I suppose you're right. Maybe I am overthinking things. But the doubt still lingers in your mind. Now come on! I'm taking Wallace to that restaurant we went to last time. Do you remember how much that place cost? Don't worry, I have plenty of gold. Am I the only one on this team not making any gold? Why don't you meet us there, Celeste? I need to talk with Tyrion for a moment. Alright. Let's go, Wallace. Okay. You activated Empowered Eye again, didn't you? She just appeared to be praising you. I did. I didn't really have a choice. The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. But that's twice now you've activated Empowered Eye to get out of a tough spot. You can't keep relying on it if you want to grow as an attorney. One day you'll find a witness that the Empowered Eye won't work on. It worked for me this far, though. I suppose you're right. I'll try to rely on it less next time. And that marks the end of another case in my career as a defense attorney. Another life saved, and another murder brought to justice. I apologize. But I still can't shake this feeling of uneasiness. Was it guilt for what would happen to the faculty staff? Was it something else? Episode end. Man, Steelwood has been talking with the perp for hours. What's there what's there to even ask at this point? Turns out she doesn't trust his testimony. Something about his memories not matching up with the crime scene. You don't think he has mage blight, does he? No, it's not that. She found that damned symbol etched into his desk. What did she call it? The purple mark. Oh, for the love of not this again. Look, if the little lady wants to chase the boogeyman, just let her. Or at least this time she's doing it personally instead of dragging us into it. Cast sleep. Hey, what's up with... Who did this to your desk? What has gotten into you? I've already admitted to everything. What more could you possibly want from me? Where did this graffiti come from? What is this symbol? What is this? What is the purple mark? A student must have done it at some point. Think very hard, Headmaster. When did you receive this purple mark symbol? Focus on the moment you received this. Wait a minute. I remember it now. But how? Lady Steelwood? Lady Steelwood! Arya. What happened? Are you okay? That was close. My elation over meeting him almost made me forget. What are you doing here? Why? Wait, I remember now. It was you. You put those ideas in my head. You're the one who told me to murder Bellwether. Oh, you humans never fail to use me. I didn't make you do anything. Everything you did that day, all the planning, all the preparation, that came from your own mind. All I have to say, I was quite entertained with the scheme you came up with. Why, you even broke into Miriam's room. I didn't know you had it in you, old man. You made me forget about our conversation, but how? Illusions can't affect the mind. Magic can't affect the mind. It's a shame, though. I would have much rather turned Wallace into the antagonist of this chapter. Could you imagine if he turned? It would have been spectacular. Armies of the undead running rampant in the streets. But alas, I couldn't corrupt his pure soul. Answer me. Who are you? What are you? Who am I? I'm the Lord of the Sixth Circle. Well,
Eris is the name for the god of chaos. Well, that's chapter 2 of Tyrion Cuthbert complete. And it's... That was a... We've got... I knew there was something about Eris. Just didn't know it was so much, so high. Woo! That was something. Okay, just coming off the donation of that, you know. Well, tomorrow is Tuesday, so Tuesday Splatoon. So the Tuesday then. So, I hope to see you all back for tomorrow's stream. And this was actually really quite a long one. I think it's probably my longest stream yet, which is pretty neat, pretty neat. I will catch you all on the flip side. And well, I'll see you. I'll catch you all on the flip side. See you tomorrow, hopefully.